feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view. Wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sign. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost. Shares a story kind and true. Words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign off. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view. Wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sign. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more.
Here we are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone, wherever you are in the world. We are live in the Rocket Wolf Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. And it is 100% a Mayhem Monday here. Still a Super Sunday in UK, Europe, and Africa, the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Hope everyone is doing well, and good evening to Mass Bandit. Thank you very much for the redeem.
Good morning, Rocket. How was your weekend?
The weekend was great. This Monday morning was unbelievable. 9 levels of hell because, oh my God, a Windows update, which broke everything.
Yeah, I got hit with that too.
Yeah, so I had TPM turned off because I'm on Windows 10, and I don't use Windows Hello or BitLocker for disk encryption for any reason, because I'm not on a public computer, for one thing, or in a business environment, or anybody else using my computer but me. But Windows updated, turned it on, broke my connection to my NAS, broke connections to my devices between OBS and my microphone and speakers and all that good stuff. Broke so many things. It's unbelievable. So I had to go through everything.
Took me an hour to hour and a half to get everything fixed.
Oh my
back
goodness!
Up for stream this morning.
Oh, that was fast. That was fast. It took me almost 2.5 hours this morning, which is why we're so late. It's crazy how much I had to fix, and getting my NAS connected was pretty difficult, but I didn't even realize that Windows had shut down my had reinstalled or reinstated my TPM. That was causing havoc all over my system. And it's like, I didn't tell Windows to do anything with my TPM. Why are you messing with it? When I turn something off, yeah. But when I turn something off, I expect it to stay off, because that's what the Windows registry is for. It records what the current status of your system is, what's turned on, what's turned off, has it all in the registry, and should load that registry with those settings in place. And oh my God, it's just, there's so much that the OS does without the user consent. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's not like Windows of the past, Windows 95, Windows Vista, whatever. You had some control of your system, and you told it what you wanted it to do and what not to do, and it stayed that way, even with updates. Not anymore today. It's crazy.
No, and the AI is just insane. I keep turning it off. I keep turning off OneDrive, because OneDrive trashed a bunch of my files.
Yeah. The Windows OneDrive sync
design.
Yeah.
And I had to recreate probably 25 files.
Wow.
Which I was able to get most of them off my website.
Yeah.
But still,
I mean, and one thing, having a backup,
my files alone.
Right. Having a backup helps in that regard. But if you do a unattended backup where you're just creating a system image of the state of your drive and your operating system, that's fine by itself. But when a Windows update goes through and it messes up your system and you go to restore from that backup, it truly does restore your computer back to the state before the backup. But then you have to do the backup again. I mean, the update again. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Is I grab the files and I transfer them to an external hard drive. And
Right.
I do that. Now I do it twice a month.
Right.
I do it the 1st and the 15th.
So now I recommend don't do an unattended backup where it just makes a copy of your whole system state. You have to do a managed backup where you pick what files and folders you want backed up, copy them to whatever external device you want to where they're safe. And then when the Windows update goes through, you put those all back where they belong, and then you go about the business of returning your system back to the functionality you had before the update.
Yeah, my OneDrive files got trashed when I was still using OneDrive and thought it was a safe option.
Right. The whole thing is just a horrible, horrible mess. And Microsoft has gotten worse and worse about that.
Yeah, but since then, I select the files, the folders I want, and just transfer them to the external hard drive in a file with the date. And I keep several months worth of backups.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Just in case.
That's the way to go.
But I started doing it twice a month since the one Windows fiasco where I had to do a restore of the system because my machine became unresponsive.
Right. That's right.
I was just lucky that it happened on like the 3rd or the 4th of the month, so I had just done a fresh backup.
Oh, yay. Yeah. Good timing.
If there is such a thing.
What's really interesting is I was just reading through some of the news articles this morning, and I saw 3 different independent posts. One from PC Mag, one from a software news or podcast or whatever, and I can't remember what the third one was, but there was coincidentally 3 independent reports or talks or reviews about the fact that certain Windows user or certain Linux users, so far 3 separate instances where people have said they can't remember which of their games are written or intended for Windows that are working on their Linux, because Proton has gotten so good now that so many Windows games are running on Linux now because of Proton. It's gotten that good that people can't even remember which of their games were actually written for Windows anymore, which is a really good sign. Pretty soon we're not going to have to worry at all.
I'm still working at getting over onto Linux so I can get my main machine over on Linux.
Yeah.
Totally. And just ditch Windows, not even have a Windows boot option.
That's right. That's right. Just it's nice when people can get to a point where they don't have to choose whether they want to boot up to Windows or Linux, and they can eventually just erase the Windows boot up option altogether. That's going to be a huge day.
That's what I'm aiming for. And I did not yesterday, and I really totally intended to, but then I ended up working on my projects all day pretty much, except for a couple hours when I played a game with my friend.
Right.
I meant to work on the Linux machine and try out the Lutris and the bottles, and I was in a mood to craft, and I got a lot done.
Nice.
Maybe tomorrow, because I don't have any doctor's appointments tomorrow. I can maybe work on the Linux computer.
Right. I just noticed something. Well, didn't just notice. I noticed it a couple boots ago from this game, which I thought was pretty interesting. Let me go back there really quick. So when you go into single player, you select your save and you start. At the bottom, it flashed up there really quick this time. It's displayed a little longer when you fresh booted up. But it says something about shoot, what was it? It was, heck, I can't remember now. I can't remember. But it said something that looked like a half of a sentence that wasn't completed. Something about a couple ... And it never finishes the thought. It's such a stupid splash screen hint because it starts to say something and then stops halfway through it. So you have no idea what it means.
Just there to drive you crazy, Rocket.
Yep,
You
that's it.
specifically.
Yep, that was just for me. All right, so where are we at? So let's take a look at, first of all, let's pull up our locomotives. Quick link up there, and let's then open our time of day window. We are at almost 10:30 in the morning, and we finished all of our freight movement, either out to the locations or back to the interchange, and now we are just doing passenger car runs. And that's the other window I wanted to have open. And we're going to go to passengers. And we are taking 32 passengers over to Ella Station. I discovered a quirk about the game, a little bit of it's a bug. So previously to launching this save today, I had a timetable set up, which is this thing right here. I had started setting that up before I understood fully how timetables work. So it was a temporary timetable. But when the timetable was activated and had some sort of a schedule in there, it stopped populating our stations with passengers. And you may have noticed that I was checking frequently to see when our stations were going to show passengers available. So by going to Ella Station here and click on it, it now says 28 passengers waiting. It was saying 0 here at Ella, and it was saying 0 at the Whittier depot as well. And it did that for a full day. We lost our reputation, so we're down to 69% overall because we didn't have any passengers going anywhere. And we were fast approaching, I checked it yesterday, fast approaching the second 24 hours of the second day coming to a completion with no passengers at any of the stations. And I thought, I wonder, how did we break that? Because there's no passengers gathering. So I erased the timetable. And as soon as I erased the timetable, boom, the station started populating with passengers. So
interesting.
Yeah, so whether you're using the timetable or not, because it was a timetable I set up, but I wasn't actively using it, whether it's actively used or not, if you have a timetable created and applied, the passengers will stop automatically gathering. And I reckon that if I turned the default one back on again, they would again stop gathering at the station agents. So we'll watch right here to make sure the Ella station starts emptying off its passengers. It takes about 20 to 30 seconds for them to start disembarking. And there we go. It has started up. And we will be pulling 37 passengers on board when these passengers debark. Disembark. Debark. It's like debarking trees. So I have them both checked. And as soon as these last passengers get off the train, the other ones should start loading on automatically. We also did something else. So prior to the beginning of this new day, there they go. So the passengers are leaving the station and getting on board. Before the beginning of the new day, we had gone to Connolly Creek, or no, it was the sawmill. Yeah, and we went to Tier 2 on the sawmill. Tier 2 on the sawmill says it will consume up to 11 cars per day. What that didn't do is open up a location at Connolly Creek. So it turns out, even though we are at Tier 2, this loading area only holds 8 cars. Which you can see when we highlight L2. That area right there only holds 8 cars. But I went and bought 4 more cars, because here it says L2 logs 12 cars a day. But the sawmill says only 11 cars a day. So I put the extra cars on the train, and of course they wouldn't fit. And they also wouldn't get the tag associated with L2 for loading and unloading. So I went and put them over on L1. So we have 4 cars sitting over here on L1. And they don't ever get the tag of needing to go to the sawmill or going to L1 to load more logs, or even going to L2 and loading more logs. So it's an interesting thing that Tier 2 says 11 log cars a day, because it takes almost a full day at the sawmill to unload 8 cars. And here you can see we've got 4 plus 1 log on another car. We've almost got 4 cars empty. So maybe we do have an opportunity. Maybe it is unloading faster now, and I can drag 4 cars over to L2, load them up, and bring them back. Maybe that's what the issue is. I probably didn't need to purchase 4 more cars. And even in this area, the loading area, there's only enough room for 10 cars. So we're doing 8 right now, but it'll only take 10. The length of these 2 cars right here is just about the length of the yellow area that will fit. Actually, it looks like maybe 1, 2. It looks like there's enough room for 2.5 more log cars, but that's it. All right, let's head on over to Ella Station since we've got our passengers in. They have boarded. And let's set... let's pop over to Whittier Depot. And we'll set our waypoint. Boom. And we're ready to go. Yeah, so I'm wondering probably around 11 o'clock that last log car should be empty. And that'll give us 4 more to drag over to Connolly Creek. Let's see if more passengers start gathering at Ella. Yep. They are starting to gather. Oh, I'm really loving that new shaver. Ooh, it's smooth.
That's good. It'd be bad if you got it and it didn't work well.
I know, right? It's a pretty big investment. 180 bucks is not cheap.
No, it's not.
All right, let's take a peek at Sawmill again. Got one more. See if this tooltip updates in real time. Doesn't seem to be. All right, our choo-choo should be coming around the morning. Or, oh, you know what we haven't checked on? I wonder if our bridge is complete. Let's go take a looky-loo at our bridge site. Oh, look at that. All the train cars are empty. Almost. We got 13 tons of rails to go yet. And some ballast. It's getting there. Oh, and it still says 23 tons of ties. Ties, ballast, and rails yet. Okay, so it's not quite done yet. This is the only empty car ready to go back to the interchange, but we're going to wait till all of them need to go back. Now, we should have a good number of passengers here, about 25, I reckon. 37, even better. We should start to hear the horns as he gets to crossing the roadway. Or the whistles, not the horns. There it is. And the brass bell. Yay. And when it stops, boom. Let's see how many seconds it does take for them to start unloading. About 20 seconds. All right. Should take a look at a report. Well, all right, doesn't do a real time, so this doesn't update until 6 p.m. Oh, this report's only day 7 to day 8, and we're already on day 9. That's interesting. All right, there we go. Oops, cancel. Actually, it did not leave. Hold on a second. Can you put the waypoint in? Yep, and he stays there until all the passengers are loaded. How about that? Ah, we picked up more than 37. We picked up 41. And she's off. Oh. Hold on, she stopped for some reason.
So how did Peanut like um, Project Hail Mary?
Oh, 100%. He loves Rocky.
If they
That's his,
actually come out with a physical DVD or Blu-ray, I'm picking it up. I don't like to buy
absolutely.
my media on
I
uh,
know, subscription
digital
services. Yep,
because it's not mine.
yep.
So
Okay,
if they come out with a DVD or a Blu-ray that I can pick up instead of doing digital, I want to own a copy of it because I really enjoyed it.
right on. Um, why isn't
I
it
want to go
going?
see Odyssey. I've got a free movie ticket, so it's doable.
Right on. Okay, what's going on? We got coal, we got water. Wheels are oiled. There's no handbrake on. Why isn't it going to Ella Station? Broke it. Running, there we go. Running to waypoint. Had to clear it all out. There we go. I confused it.
Why'd you do that, Rocket?
Because I clicked on this Whittier Depot before it got going. So I was trying to come back to Whittier Depot. Silly me. All right, now we should have more passengers gathering here. Sure enough, we've got 19 passengers. Oh, I forgot to check if we had appointments today. Yay, no
Something
appointments today.
important to know.
Yeah. Check your weekly report. Thanks, no thanks. I really don't need my phone telling me how well I slept or how much I ate or where I traveled over the last week. I think that's the dumbest thing of the world. Especially when we don't take pictures of our food anymore and share them on Facebook so people know what food has been set in front of us. That was the dumbest thing of all. Let's see, what else did I figure out? So figured out going up to tier 2. Right, so I have to take a look at what that tier 2 does for us. It gives us a bonus of 4, 2, 1. Percentage bonus is awarded for fulfilling way bills on the same first or second day. Okay. So if we fulfill the way bill on the same day, we get a 4% bonus. On the first day, which I assume that's the first day after the current day, it's 2%. So it just cuts in half. And then the second day is only a 1% bonus. Okay. Well, I would assume it's
You know what they say
almost...
about assuming,
Yeah.
Rocket?
Oh, yeah. Makes an ass out of you. I don't know why I dropped that last part off. It's funny because I was just telling Peanut about that yesterday.
Don't assume. It makes an ass out of you and me.
See, there you go. He remembers it. I don't know if you heard him, but he just came and told me.
Yep, I heard them.
So moving up in tiers just changes the number of cars per day you can process. It doesn't mean it'll hold more than that many cars, and it doesn't mean that Connolly Creek. See, that's the thing. L1, I've got those 4 cars parked over at L1, and L1 is not active in loading for some reason. L3 is not active in loading, just L2. So I'm not sure how the other tracks actually open up and become active. I don't know what triggers that. We'll have to learn that one to see what's going on. Hey, we're here. Get rid of everybody. Get off. Get off the trade. Oh, that's right. You need about 20 seconds to gather your belongings. And there they go. And it says we've got 36 passengers waiting to get on. But I'm thinking there's probably going to be more than 36 boarding. I don't know.
Well, there are those who come at the last minute, just like
Yep.
real life.
Yep. Running up the railroad tracks, trying to get to the car. Wait for me, wait for me. Still 36. Oh, it said 41. Yep, there was 5 last minute. How about that? Maybe I confused the train auto engineer when I set the waypoint before they finished loading passengers. Maybe that was what the trigger was. Okay. And I'm thinking there's probably not too many more passengers to be Yeah, there he goes. Not too many more passengers to ferry back and forth. All right, let's go see how our log cars are doing. What time is it? 10:50. It probably won't show that car empty until 11 o'clock. Yep, still got one more to go. As soon as that one is empty, oh, one, two, that'll only be 3 cars. We need 4 empty cars. See, the tag changes to Conley Creek. So when we go over to Conley Creek and we select all the one, or we take a look at the one sitting on L1 here, which is a loading site, all they show is the name of the car. So they don't show, they're not loading with any logs. They're not getting a contract ID for Whittier Sawmill or for here, like L2 does. So L2 is our loading zone. And when we take a look at the sawmill, they actually say Connolly Creek L2. So I'm not sure what triggers that, but we'll eventually find out. All right, we're going to take the choo-choo back to Whittier. I'll be right back. Give me about 30 seconds.
Window. I thought it was roaming.
All right, we're back, and I just wanted to take a look at something. I saw something really hilarious. I want to make a t-shirt. I'm going to show you a picture. See if I can find it. Oh, apparently there are already t-shirts available for
Of
this.
course there are.
Oops. Oh, hang on a second. Let's see if I can get this. All right, window, let's get resized here. Yeah, so I want to get, apparently there are already t-shirts. I'm going to buy one of these t-shirts. Hold on. I want to get one of these t-shirts with this element from the periodic table. Hmm. That is so cute. I just got to have one of those. Yeah. The 125th element on the periodic table. Okay. We are loading up. Didn't have too many this time. Oh, 49. We're still unloading. It's already 13 passengers over at Ella. Denzel Station's got almost unloaded. One's just a little under halfway unloaded. The other one's almost completely unloaded. Oh, wait a minute. One's an unload, one's a fill it up. Metal stock is unload and machine parts is fill it up. So almost halfway filled up. All right, we seem to be ready with our next load of passengers. And we'll set that waypoint right about there. Now, I think I am on board. I think I'm on board this train. It's not showing me on board. Oh, there I am, standing just outside. Let's see what we look like here. You got the polka dot red hat. We got engineer's glasses on. Got a red bandana. We're looking pretty buff here. Look at that chest. And the work gloves and the work boots. I don't know what we're doing outside the
Doesn't
train.
look like a very safe place to ride.
Right? Now, there is a hotkey. Here we go. Under the controls, there should be a hotkey that will place you sitting in the nearest seat. Where is it here?
So yeah, Tuesday I might go see the Odyssey. It's discount day, and I'll be able to use
Ooh,
my ticket at the um 3D viewing.
nice. Oh man, I so want to see that movie.
I'm hoping it's as good as the hype for it been.
I know, right? And Matt Damon is such a great actor, but you know, Tom Holland's in it, Spider-Man, and Zendaya, his girlfriend, are in it. And there are other great names in that movie. It's got a great, cast.
Yeah, I really didn't look at the cast because I don't remember most actors' names. Um, the big ones I know, Tom Selleck and Sean
Yeah,
Connery and the big ones.
yeah,
Um, but for the most part, I don't remember who's in what movie. So I don't even bother to look. I just hope the movie lives up to the hype.
yeah. I'm reckoning that because of some of the previews we've seen and the reviews about those previews and the number of good actors in it, they've been saying it's a really good movie. Really good. I saw the Matt Damon interview. Actually, it wasn't an interview. He was on the Tonight Show talking about the movie, and yeah, it looked really good.
So yeah, that's kind of my plan for Tuesday afternoon.
Right on. All right, so Control O will place you in the seat, nearest available seat, in the engine that you're in. And there we go. We've got one, two, three cars are empty, even though this is still showing the tag for the sawmill. It'll change soon. As soon as they start unloading the next car, this one will change to Conley Creek. Perfect timing. All right, looks like we've got, so they're not gathering as fast. We're almost done with our passenger service. So we'll deliver 49 and we'll pick up 15 plus maybe 2 or 3 more. There's no peoples yet. You need to add people to the game. NPCs wandering around. This is such a chill game in the beginning, even though there's hints and allegations of more contracts, creating more challenges to get things delivered on time. It's quite chill in the very beginning. And I reckon if you ramp up nice and slow with the number of contracts you unlock, and the number of milestones you complete. So our second milestone was the Ella Bridge, which should be getting close to completion. $10 tons of rail, 20 tons of ballast. It's getting there. It's getting there. Hey, Mr. Hunter, how are you doing this evening, mate?
Hey Hunter, how you doing?
All right, yep. So we had 15 passengers, and now we're up to 23, 24, 25. So we got 10 more passengers that ran up here in a hurry to get loaded up. Growing your zoo? Ah, in Pal World. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we're all good in Down Underhood here. Now that we got the mayhem of Monday morning behind us, oh my God. There was a Windows update.
I've been holding off that Windows update for probably about a week. The only
Yeah.
reason it went last night is one of the cats turned off the surge protector, so I had to reboot the computer,
Yep, and
which
it did it.
triggered the update.
Yep, I hate that.
I've
I
still got to figure out a way to place that surge protector where they can't walk on it.
I do the little trick of I turn off my computer at night, so I use the Windows scheduler, and I tell the Windows updater 7 days minimum after update comes out before it attempts to install. But I also turned on the manual so that it only updates when I tell it to. The problem is when you turn, and it was over 7 days, it was the 8th day. Problem is when you turn off the computer and turn it back on, the computer thinks that I manually said, yes, go ahead and update. So
Yeah,
it was
that's why
past
I
its
don't
7
tend
days.
to turn off at night.
Mm-hmm. Kind of
Just
ignores you.
so I have a little more control over it, because those settings, once you turn off the computer, it seems to just totally ignore them.
Yeah. It ignores the manual, and it doesn't ignore the 7-day delay or postpone, but it definitely ignores your manual at that point. Your corporate does all that for the laptop? Yep. Yep. Yeah, because business laptop, right? The business owns it. You didn't have to buy that laptop. Or is it yeah, there are some situations where a business will install their software and install a work server like Citrix workstation software, and then you're still at their mercy. Yeah, my sister's got a Chromebook too. Yeah, she likes that pretty good.
My one workplace wanted to do that with my laptop, and I said, hell no, you're issuing me one.
Mm-hmm. I do not want your stuff on my computer. Ruin your own computers. Buy me one.
They did.
Yeah.
I was like, these are the reasons I do not want your software on my computer. And
Yeah.
I listed down and went, it's not going to happen. You're not putting it on my laptop. Too many issues arise.
Indeed.
One of the other new teachers who had come in got hired about a month before I did.
Mm-hmm.
Was like, how'd you get them to buy you one? They put it on my laptop. I said, I just insisted they get me
Provide
one
you.
because I
Yeah.
wasn't going to have their stuff on my laptop. I said, I put my foot down.
Yeah. And that's a good. Uh-oh.
Damn, I wish I'd been that.
Oh, I got to get in my Windows log. What the heck was that? Where is it? Event viewer. There we go. Take a look at the Windows log. I'm just going to take a look at Windows log real quick to see what the hell is causing that stutter. Some sort of event.
But yeah, a lot of people don't realize that that you don't have to let them install it on your laptop. So they just think that that's the only way to have it done.
Yeah. But you know what? When they install Citrix or their own software on your laptop, anything that happens to your laptop that breaks it, I don't want to be held responsible for them have their, IT manager having to reinstall or try and fix my computer with their stuff on it. I don't want to even be in that situation.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, Windows logs. Nothing on application. Nothing on security. Huh. No flags on anything. Hardware events? 0. Administrative events? Oh. Well, that was 30 minutes ago. So, oh, that was an hour ago, so that doesn't count. Network. NDMP3. Wi-Fi message resources present, but the message was not found in the message table. That was just a warning anyway, so I got absolutely no error events. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what's causing it. It's possible it was OBS.
In fact, I had a double whammy. Well, actually, I had a triple whammy when I rebooted this morning. Not only did Windows update, OBS updated, and my security software updated.
Ah, right. Oh, we're on an ad break.
Thankfully, my security software doesn't tend to do any harm.
Right.
It tends to keep my settings, but OBS and Windows, they're just another story altogether.
Yeah, indeed. We are in the middle of, almost at the end of our ad break, so I'm going to pop off here and go fill up my coffee, and I will be back in a minute. Hang in there. Excellent. Perfect timing. All right, what have we got? 20 passengers. All right, let's do that, and let's set our waypoint. There's fewer and fewer passengers waiting to be loaded up. That means we're getting close to the end of our passenger service.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. And thanks everybody for hanging out through the ad breaks to support the stream. We do that once an hour so that we have minimal interruption from ads.
I'm fixing a bowl of Rocky Road ice cream in your honor.
Nice. Thank you very much. Oh, notification. What we got? Ah, text return. Yay. I'll do that after stream. Sure, I'm not going to get a massively huge tax return. We do taxes here on June 30th in Australia versus the April 15th of the US. Good song. I always get these two groups mixed up because the name of the song is Every Rose Has Its Thorn, and I always think for some reason that's Guns N' Roses. And it doesn't help that Guns N' Roses and Poison sound so similar, but this is definitely a song by Poison. All right, we got 9 passengers waiting. It's a lot less than the 15 we had last time. All right, how are we doing on our logs? Yep, there we go. So now we've got 3 train cars designated for Connolly Creek, with the 4th one being unloaded and only 2 logs left, 2.7 logs. And we should have had new contract tier 1, no effect. Yeah, this report, we need the report for today, which we won't get, I assume, until 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. one day to 6 p.m. the next. Still only 1 car empty, but we're getting there. Only 8 tons of rails left. And 18 tons of ties. We're getting there. Can't wait till that's finished. That's going to open up a lot. When that bridge opens up to Governor Island, yeah, there's like, wow. I see 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7 other locations for contract operations happening. All right, let's see what we have waiting now. Definitely 9, but we'll probably load, I don't know, 5 to 10 more. 18. There we go. 9 more. See what we're looking like. It's only $1 per fare, but we've got almost 4,000 in the bank. We've never had to take a loan, which is great. And just today, nope, that was day 7. All right, 18 passengers ready to go. And they should be off and running, and then we have 8 passengers waiting. So we're definitely dwindling down. Okay, you can go. Oh, I did it again. Let's clear it. There it goes. I noticed that sometimes the smoke is gray and dirty, and then it changes over to white. That's pretty cool. Pretty typical of IRL trains, too. Same with diesel engines. They're really black when they start up, and then they clear up as they get underway. Burns more efficiently. We're good on coal and water for pretty much the rest of this trip. Our wheels shouldn't need too much oil. Yep, they've only come down about 3%. Wonder if I can make some graphic setting changes here. Let's go to very high quality and see what that does to our FPS. Didn't lose any FPS on updating the graphics setting. I'm sitting at around 95 to 105 FPS.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah. But we also have the density of trees and grass set at normal too. So close up, the detail of the foliage is pretty good. But you can also see that in the distance it's only 3/4 or half render detail until it gets close enough. And you can kind of see that circle of area of detection out here. And then up front here, it's pretty close for high detail. Depending on where your camera view is. Still pretty nice. The detail is really good. Especially inside the locomotive. I just love the detail they put in this. Gauges actually work and read out what the real world indicators are supposed to be.
Well, it sounds like they did a lot of research before they put the game together.
Yeah, I think they did. You know, that, which is pretty indicative of somebody on the team that is a true train enthusiast. You know, where they put a lot of attention to detail in the modeling. There's even a plaque on the side here. It doesn't have anything written on it yet. All right, how much have we got waiting here? 15 passengers. So I reckon we'll pick up another 5 to 10 more as they start loading. And this tooltip does say we've got 3 active freight waybills in the area, and that's actually counting the sawmill. So as far as freight goes, we've got 3 log cars that are empty and ready to go, and we're going to wait for the 4th to get here or get ready. All right, we only took 15 passengers. We are definitely getting down to the nitty-gritty. Almost done with passenger service. Oh, we just got another passenger, 16. It's doing it again. The waypoint is set, but it's not taking it for some reason. Set another one. Station stop. Where do your... There we go. Now it's running. Well, that's 3 times in a row now. I've had to set the waypoint twice, which is not usual or normal. All right, our time of day is 11:30 a.m. and we're just about done with passenger service. Now, as far as fuels and oils, we don't have a heating oil contract yet. We're on Tier 1 for Stenzel Manufacturing. T2 for the sawmill. T1 for the farm supply. And we've got boxcars on there that are almost full. Halfway on one and about 2/3 on another. So we should be getting extra payday for that. And we've also got ER1, which is getting 3/4 full of miscellaneous. And we'll get extra pay for that as well. That'll be fun. So far, we've got 100% performance there. We only had that dip 85% 4 days ago at Stenzel. And that just leaves the heating oil. And we've got 4,000 gallons of diesel as soon as ready for use when we switch engines from coal and steam up to diesel. I wonder if we switched out NR17 for a diesel and then traded positions with NR23, which is our 8 tons of coal and 4,000 gallons of water steam engine to do the passenger service. Track speed's still 35. I mean, they're still doing 35. I wonder how efficient the diesel is versus the coal and water. Let's see what our diesels look like. So right now, our coal and water, we've got the switcher. It's got a 5.6 factor of adhesion with a 23-pound tractive effort. That's the force in pounds the engine can generate when starting. If we switched that out for the first tier diesel, well, they're all 4.0 factor adhesion. Tractive effort is 90,000 pounds. 64.5 for the second tier. 49.5 for the first tier, but that's $27,000. So I guess we'll be waiting just a tad to build up some income from these contracts. Yay, 22 passengers waiting. All right, loading up. Loading, loading, loading. Get that train a loading. Speaking of Guns N' Roses, that's what we're listening to now. And speaking of Hunter joining us today, I've got a game that I still haven't installed yet called The Hunter. Call of the Wild.
I've heard good things about that.
I have too. It's on version 9.2, which seems to indicate there's been a lot of work on it. All right, we got 30 on board this time. That's not so bad. Let's get over to Whittier and set our waypoint. But yeah, I think I might want to check that out. All right, that worked. Peanut really loves this song by Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle. because
That's a good song.
yeah, after we got ourselves established here in Australia and I got a car and everything, I would drive him to daycare before I went to work. And this CD was in my car, and we'd always play that Welcome to the Jungle, and he always acted it out, and he loved the song. He didn't understand the lyrics or anything like that, but he just loved the tune. All right, what have we got waiting for us over at Whittier? 20 passengers, 3 active waybills. All right, got a little BTO going for us. It's actually great train music. And I'm not sure what the switch list does. Add cars at station agent window. Type number, location, and destination. See if there's anything in here about a switch list. CTC mode is centralized traffic control. Okay. Oh, I can actually correct the spelling of my save game. Ha! Interesting. Let's wait till our train gets parked. Oh, there is a weather command. Oh my god. Alright, let's do the save game first. So that would be slash save game and the name rocket training instead of traying. Save rocket training. Awesome. Okay. Let's also change the weather. Let's see what that looks like. Ooh. Oh, clear, cloudy, cloudy, fog, rain, cloudy. All right. I wonder what we're defaulted on. I wonder what this kind of cloudy is. Let's try. Oops, 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 oops. Let's get the cursor in here. Weather. Fog. Let's do fog. Oh, check that out. It's a foggy day in London. Are we loaded up? We are loading. And it looks like we're going to get 31 passengers. All right, let's set our choo-choo at waypoint, station stop Whittier. Oh, come on. There it goes, running to waypoint. Just a little bit of delay. Okay, let's see what rain looks like. And there's our rain. How about that?
That's pretty darn good.
Gray overcast skies. And we have particle effects of rain. So it doesn't affect tracks or traction or anything like that it said in the notes. It's just a visual. And of course you can't see any surfaces getting wet or rain splashing. Heh. But it's not too bad. Yeah, I forgot to mention, we started out with a mild weather, winter weather temperature of about 57 this morning. By the time we actually got ourselves fixed and online again, we were at about 67. And we are not expected to get over 77 today. So only about a 20-degree difference, which is unusual. Ah, you guys are at 71.
We got up to 79 today, so not bad.
That's nice and mild for this time of year.
Yeah, especially after we've been hitting 100.
Indeed. Hey, have you guys had any of that smoke from Quebec hit you guys?
Oh, it's been awful. I went
Yeah.
out Wednesday to do the grocery shopping
Yeah,
and had an asthma attack.
I don't doubt that. I heard it was very thick.
It was terrible.
And of course, you know, Trump jumped all over that and said, hey, you Canucks, get your act together and start controlling your forest fires, as if, you know,
Yeah, really.
lightning strikes start forest fires. And you
Like
certainly
California
can't.
does any better.
Yeah, exactly. And you certainly cannot affect the wind direction. You know? I mean, the very same forest fire could have had a wind direction blowing northeast instead of southeast. You know?
Trump's just an asshole. That's all there is to it.
Well, he sure doesn't exhibit any kind of education. I've never seen him say anything smart. So, you know, he's what I call an accidental millionaire, because he's been a millionaire like 10 times and gone bankrupt 10 times. But I've never heard him say anything smart. He just always, I mean, even Biden, I mean, Biden's not a jerk or a megalomaniac, but he's never said anything real smart either. You know, I just wonder where their education came from.
Cereal box.
Probably. Last time I heard a smart president speaking, actually, was JFK. He's the only person that exhibited an education when he spoke to the public. Actually, I have to think, because there's been quite a few presidents between now and then. I think Ronald Reagan had some things that...
I say Ronald Reagan didn't do too terrible some of the time.
Yeah, I think he's made a few statements that actually sounded like educated information or educated, you know, speech or something like that. But I don't even know what his level of education was. I mean, I know he was an actor. He must have gone to somewhere and got a degree in something. You would think anyway. But, you know, I'm just trying to think, because, you know, we elect our officials, you know, and it's like based on their resume, you know, what they can do for us. And I don't think there's been very many presidents that gave the information or allowed access to the information to their highest level of education. You know, I can't think of anybody that's had a doctorate or a PhD or a master's. But then I have a pretty sucky memory.
I can't say that I've heard anything about anything like that either.
Yeah, so you know we could be, and the eligibility requirements is, you know, Joe Schmo off the street can be president as long as they qualify for the 3 requirements: being a U.S. citizen, being the age of 34, or is it 35 or older, and a third one I can't remember, but education is not a requirement. How many did we get on that one? There's 0 there. We got 23. Okay. 23
Most of the
it is.
people who've been president wouldn't have been able to be president if education were
That's right.
required.
Yeah, take a look at Lincoln, you know. And others further back did not have a significant amount of education, but were president. Lincoln was a good president.
He was.
All right, taking 27 this time. We should definitely be near the end of our passenger run. Our time of day is almost noon. And I'm thinking probably that's when passengers are going to stop gathering. All right, what was our other weather options? We had fog, we had rain. Cloudy 1, 2, and 3. Oh, let's see what clear looks like. The rain slowly stopped. The skies are absolutely cloudless. They are clear skies. That's pretty cool. Let's see what we get with our ultra detail on graphics. Is there an ultra? There's a high, a very high, and there is an ultra. Let's try that. Might take a few frames or chunk loads for ultra detail. FPS is still 93 to 108. I wonder what that ultra is giving us. Did the coal change? No, coal is still just a flat texture. I don't know. Let's stand inside the train. Doesn't seem to be very ultra detail on the seating. Doesn't look horrible from inside here. The windows are nice. They have just barely that frosted look to them so that they actually appear to be windows and not just portals out to the outside world. That's pretty cool. Huh. All right, how many passengers we got waiting here? 24. And 27 to unload. We're not doing too bad. We're getting over 4,100. Let's go see how our fourth car is doing over at Ella Station. Or over at the sawmill. We've got 1, 2, 3, only one more log to go. Yay. All right, just wanted to check on Peanut real quick. Did we get all of them? We got 24. And no extras. No extras. Of that time, he immediately went to running to waypoint. There was a little bit of delay before on the other ones. Only 2 passengers waiting here. We'll have to see if that changes by the time the train gets here. We might be down to it. We're almost at noon, too, coincidentally. Switch list. Toggle whether this car is on your train crew's switch list. Still haven't found any information on that switch list. These are just the modes: waypoint, yard mode, road mode. Freight types. They mention switch list anywhere here. Captive service cars. Ah, you already have a few log skeleton cars at the sawmill. Those are captive service cars. That's captive service. Fuel service. I don't see anything mentioning switch list. Ooh, AI crew oiling. If an AI If an AI engineer is assigned to an engine while the train is stopped, the crew will gradually oil cars that need oil if they are below 75%. Oh, okay. So I actually don't have to oil this one or the other one because they're AI. They have AE, which is automated engineers. It's AI, but AE is also AI. Interesting. Trevin the Goblin Engineer, welcome in, mate. Chugging and chewing, yes we are. Well, now we've gone from 2 to 9 passengers, so that's better than it was. How are you doing today, Mr. Trevin? You play this game? All right, so we actually only did have 9 this go round. A lot of mods. Run my own save called the Goblin Railroad. Oh, nice. Oh, seems to be stuck again. I put the waypoint in, but it's still stuck. There it goes. Quite a bit of delay. Sometimes it's instant, sometimes it's got a bit of a delay on it. Biggest engines I have are 2 Yellowstone types. They're 2 664 types named Macho Man and Hulk Hogan. Nice. What kind? Oh, they're 2 884s. Okay. These are the big boys. These are just 6.6s. Or 2 sets of 6. Unless they're 606. I think these are 6.6. This one looks like to be a 4.4. As well as the little one is a 4.4. But yeah, 6 axles. Those are 040. So the prime movers are only the center axle. Wait, 04? Or Those are 040. So is there actually 4 wheels on as prime movers on these? 0 because guide wheel, two axles are guide wheels and 1 axle. But there's only 2 wheels on an axle, right? All 3 axles are prime mover axles? Why did they get the 040 designation? I thought that applied to their axles. Or wheels, rather. This is a switcher. This is a 4-axle and a 6-axle. Yeah. Yeah, the guiding and trailing, and since they don't have unpowered wheels on either truck, they're considered the drivers. Right, okay. So, right, so 0 trailing and 0 guiding wheels, they're all prime movers. So 060 and a 0, these aren't 060 and then 060. And then the GP9 is a 040 and a 040. And coincidentally, so is the switchers a 040. All right, unload those passengers. What have we got left? 9 passengers. Ten passengers. Okay. $15 passengers. 5 last minute. 5 last minute loaders. That's what the delay was. Passengers yelling, wait, wait, I want to get on board. Oh, how's our weight? Our freight? Still only 3. Maybe that's what the delay is. They're just waiting for last minute passengers to show up. Yep, now it's running to the wayport, or waypoint. So that's a minimum wait, 1 minute, just to make sure they've got all the passengers. All right, we're doing our once an hour ad break. So we'll follow this passenger run through, and we'll be back shortly. Hang in there. Okay, doke. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging out during the ad break and supporting the stream during
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. During our once an hour ad break. Yep, we've only got 5 passengers gathered this time. There he comes. See how we're doing over on Ella Bridge. Getting close. Only 2.7 tons of rails to unload. 12 tons of ties. And 12 tons of ballast. Getting close. What's sitting at our interchange? Everything should be done at the interchange. We might have, nope, nothing to take, yeah, one, nope. Nothing to take back. We're getting very close to our 4th empty car. 1.5 logs left. And over here we should have almost half of the machine parts boxcar filled. And the metal stock is almost empty. That's pretty much it for freight, except for the bridge, which has 1. But we're going to wait until all 6 are empty. Yeah. All right, we only got 5. How about that? And there's actually nobody else to wait for. He's going to leave right away. And Whittier has 0. We might be done with our passenger run. Unless some more show up at the last minute. All right, so what should we do before the end of the day? Of course, we want to wait until the Ella Bridge site is done. We'll speed that up, but still don't know how to activate L1 and L3. And hey, zombie.
Hey, zombie.
Tibbs is down there pacing on the platform. Waiting to be picked up. What's the clock say? The clock is actually showing real time. How about that? 12:20, and we are at 12:20. How cool is that? Shows the actual game time in real time. I think Tibbs went wandering out toward the river. Maybe he threw a line in the river. Maybe he's on the bridge, fishing off the bridge. If Tugs shows up, maybe he can give us some insight how to trigger either the L1 or the L3, or maybe even the pulpwood sections of the track. Yeah, I reckon you're right. He is gonna miss the train. Doors are not interactive. I'm gonna see if I can see inside the building. A little bit. There's no lights inside. Oop. There's actually no texture on the inside of this building. Not much anyway. Couple textures. Want to trigger those though. We could turn on the Hollyfield heating oil. Sawmill is at tier 2. Farm supply is at tier 1. I don't know. Oh, we got 4 passengers now. Reacts to user input? Oh gosh, I hope so. I would hate to just have a game that you watch and don't do anything. Unless you're meaning something else. Growth is dependent on what the user. Yes. Oh yeah. So yeah. So this is progression is user constrained instead of forcing you and trying to keep up with progression. You know, unmetered progression. Yeah, I agree 100%. All right, 4 passengers. This must be very definitely the last load if there's only 4 passengers. Transport Tycoon did that? Yeah, that seems to be a smart way to build. Or build a game, progression of a game. Oh, there's 12 more. So we'll have 16 altogether. $17. What? They're running from all parts of the world to get on the train in time. All right, Ella's got 9 more. So they're just trickling in. And where have we pushed to? We pushed to almost 4,200. This should say current loan for sure. This should say borrow, because loan is an action word as well as a noun, but loan being a giving action verb. And then pay, of course, is pay it back. So these should say borrow, and these should say pay, and this should say the current loan amount. Zombie, have you got a game called The Hunter? Call of the Wild? No? Okay. G-Man's got it. I wonder how he likes it. Let's see, is this a multiplayer? It's 63,000 reviews that are very positive. Ooh. Yeah, that's what the game is kind of based on. You have to hunt to survive. This is single player and online co-op. Okay, cool. It's got a lot of DLCs, that's for sure. Tornado Chaser survival game. Storm Chaser, right? Funnel Runners? That's interesting. Good choice of a name. What do you do in the Storm Chaser games or the Tornado Chasers? Crafter survival? Okay. Oh, 3 more passengers showed up. Perfect. We'll unload 17 and we'll pick up 12 to 17. Trapped in a doomed city, you and up to 7 friends must scavenge parts. A doomed city. It's not destroyed yet. Fix your van and escape the brutal tornado that approaches. A first-person co-op survival game with escalating disasters and total environmental destruction. Ooh. So you're not actually chasing tornadoes, you're running from them to survive. Right. All right, we got 13. Let's see if any more show up when we set our waypoint here. Nope, it's immediate. Only 13 passengers this time. Bye. Ah, the camera goes to where I'm viewing. Centers on my view, not on the train. Yeah, he's been on Farm Sim for quite a few hours. Kind of like to get back to some farm simming too. I want to play so many games though. I want to do some more Satisfactory, some more Foundry, some more Caretaker, some more Farm Sim, a little bit of racing. I want to do the Power Wash Simulator 2 with the Star Wars DLC. Oh, I haven't even played golf in such a long time. I want to play some golf. Want to go back to the altars and visit their updates. Try some more Planet Crafter and some oh my god, there's so many I want to do. God. Visit back with some Astro Colony. Haven't done Airborne Empire in a coon's age. Actually, when was the last time I did? Yeah, I haven't even played Airborne Empire since last October. Same with Astro Colony. Haven't played since October. Dyson Sphere, it's been a year since I played DSP. I haven't even started Hydroneer yet. Pictalica is dead. Last major update was November 2024. Last update of any kind. Timberborn I haven't even played since November of 2021. I got too many games. my God. The Universe Sim, haven't played since 2023 in November. Vintage Story, haven't, that won't show me when I last played, but I want to do some more Vintage Story. Haven't done American Truck Simulator in a while. Sheesh, the Crust has had many, many updates since I last played in September of 24. Oh my God.
There are just too many good games out there right now.
I know, right? And I haven't played PC Building Simulator since 23, March of 23. Parking Tycoon, I've got all of 7 minutes in it and haven't played since 2024. I mean, oh my God. And the Supermarket Simulator, yeah. Got 102 hours in it and haven't played it since last October. Oh my gosh. I've got Astromedica, haven't installed it yet, and it's already got a number of updates to it. It's crazy. Not enough hours in the day. Hey, we got 14 passengers waiting. There's only 3 a little bit ago. Yep. Gotta wait. There they go. There's a free multiplayer supermarket game called Supermarket Together. There's also a mall simulator. I think that's the name of it. I'm not sure. But it's a literal mall simulator with multiple stores and all kinds of stuff. See, that's the thing. I've got a lot of good games. There's not enough hours in the day to play them, and there's more and more good games coming out. And it's like, oh my God, I need to clone myself. If I didn't have to homeschool Peanut, I would probably be on a little bit longer than I have been lately.
Yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
I
He
know,
wasn't
right?
being served. It was just it's criminal as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Is that it? Did we get them all? 14? 14's all we got. All right, we got 14 on board. We're probably waiting for a straggler or two. We might get 16 or 7. No, just those 14. You know, we've been dipping down. Our temperatures have been dipping down overnight pretty good. We've been getting into the top 40s and low 50s. And I'm thinking even though the CPU is running at 64C, my PC's kicking out a pretty good amount of heat. I might just, oh my goodness. I might turn leave my PC on at night. And take the chill out of the air. Since we don't have heating, it gets down to in the house, we're down to about 15C, so oops. Yeah, we get down to about 60 degrees inside the house at night. A little nippy, you know. If I left
Yeah.
the PC on, at least in my studio, the temperature would probably stay a bit warmer. Peanut's got his own space heater. Well, we got the space heater. He's got a space heater. It's kind of expensive then. 2,500 watts. It's a lot to run. What's the announcement? Nothing important. Just Google telling me about the weather. Thank you, Google. All right, let's see if anything showed up at Whittier while we are delivering. Yep, 14 so far. Oh, looks like oh, there's some more settings I have to adjust. Discord did not produce an overlay for me, so no notes. Oh, it did do the overlay. Ah, okay. I just don't have the normal information I see from Discord. It's got my FPF up at the top left. Oh, let's try the in-game. What was it? What was the command for the FPS? That was... Was that console? Oh, it's console. So it's stats, FPS. All right. So let's try this. Let's see what that looks like. Where is it at? I don't see it. Is it somewhere I can't see it? Oh, there it is at the bottom right. All right. Let's see what the information looks like. So it will be best, average, and worst. I'm not sure what the 38 of 42 is, but best seems to be 138 frames roughly. Average is 116 FPS, and worst is 73, 72 to 71 to 76, 77, something like that. There we go. $15 this time. 16, 18. Yep, that's it. 2 active freight way bills, and yeah, that's right, but they're not waiting. 1, 2. Yep. All right. Let's set a waypoint over at Whittier. And there are 25 passengers. Boy, they some of the times they're dribs and drabs. Sometimes there's a crowd. All right, let's see how Ella Ridge site is going. Oh, look at that. You got 2 completely emptied cars. And only 9.5 tons of ballast left. And 9.5 tons of ties, railroad ties. We are getting close. Oh, let's check our logs. I wonder if we're at 4. Almost. 0.8 logs to unload from there. All right, so those are getting ready to move. Very close. What's at the house track? Oh, there's nothing on the house track. The interchange, of course, is already loaded up with, oopsie. Stay in the game window, mouse. Nothing to move there, nothing to move there. Almost ready for the logs. Nothing to move there. Okay. What did we move? We moved a good chunk of passengers the other day. Something like 800. I wonder if that's in the reports. No, it doesn't go back. It just goes to the, just shows the last time frame, which is the 7th to the 8th day. No cars awaiting repairs. Let's see what our equipment looks like. Condition 96%, very good. 99, we just don't want them to get below 75. They all look good. 92 on the flat cars. And 0 through 7 are the ones in use. The new ones are 8 through 11, which have 0 use on them. And of course the bay hopper doesn't move very much. And same with the box car. I guess it doesn't move so much. Okay. And we're well over $4,200 already on our finances. Ella Bridge, track and bridge under construction. our overall approval rating is going to go way up. Safety, yeah, so the switcher track and triggering the other logging locations, I would really love to know how to trigger those. Where are you, Mr. Tug? All right, we are here. Let's see how many have gathered. What have we got waiting on us? 30. Hey. That makes it worth the coal and water usage automatically. Good song.
Well, I think I'm going to jump off and head to bed.
Okie doke. Thanks for coming
Do
along
a
for the
little bit
ride.
of reading beforehand.
Right on.
So see you tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest when you get there.
Thank you.
But look what's going round. Look what's going down. Thank you for the lurk, Miss Bandit. All right, we're loading up our bunnies, hopping onto the train. And that should do it. And we'll set their stop right about there. See if any more bunnies hop on the train while we're waiting. Should be it. Yep, there's no more. There might be one or two more. Nope. We are rolling. Bleed the cylinders. Very nice. And off we go. All right, let's check our logs. Oh, so close. 0.6 logs left. Almost ready to rock and roll. Are we connected? So what we're going to do... We're all connected, yes. Airline's connected up and ready to go. So let's do this. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That valve we're going to close. And we're going to open that one. And disconnect the airline. And then we're just going to wait for that log to go bye-bye. That will be our 4 cars that will deliver. And we will deliver them to Not L1. We've got 4 cars there already with nothing changing or happening there. We'll be doing L2. And nothing's happening at L3 either, which is really odd. I'd like to know what triggers that. Because they can each do 12 cars a day. And the pulpwood cars, they can do 5 a day. This one can do 20 a day. Yeah, so what's the trigger? We're going to need $10,000 to purchase track to get us to Silva. Where's Silva? Silva is out here past the interchange. Thomas Valley. Connolly. Yep, out to Silva. So that's $10,000 worth of rail ties and ballast to get us out to Silva, which will bring up the Dillsboro. We'll be collecting, should be collecting oil from there, or fuel. Wilmot's going to be dry goods, dry freight. And Whittier, of course, we have liquid goods, fluids. And almost 1 o'clock in game. Train should be coming around. We got 3 passengers waiting. I reckon there's going to be more than that, though. By the time we get 30 unloaded, I'm reckoning about 5 more are going to show up at Ella Station. We've been unloading the bunnies. Just hop on off. And we'll have room for 3 more. We're okay on coal and water, but we should fill up pretty soon. All right, that's the last of the bunnies unloading. There we go. 0 passengers waiting. And that's all they're going to be, 3. Okay. Still one more log there. Getting close. Stick my head out the window. I'm sure the engineer won't matter, or the porter won't matter, or won't care. All right, we're in a 30 zone. Oops. That's pretty cool looking from in here. Can't see those controls operating very good from here, but they are operating. The gauges are actually reading. You can even open your boiler if you want to see what's going on inside. And believe it or not, the wheels actually have brake pads on them. You can see when the engineer is applying the applying the brake. Like you can see the gap in here. And the gap in here. There we go, a little bit of breakage. A little bit of drag on the binders. That's some pretty good detail. Be cool to see these springs operating. And brake released, and we're going to slide in and a little more braking action. And brake lever off. And a little bit more, boom. It's a little late. He was already stopped when he applied the brake, but... All right. Who's here? 14 passengers waiting and 3 getting off. All right. Bunny's hopping on the train. And all 14 are on board. Yeah, we got some stragglers. A few stragglers. 21 bunnies ready for their ride to Ellis Station. All right, we should be ready to go with 21 here in just a second. No last minute stragglers. We can go anytime you want, Mr. Engineer. There we go. Oops. And you can see the gauges do operate. The throttle. And the reverser and the brake. Train brake and independent brake. So we'll be using probably... I'm not sure why he's dragging 3% on the brake. Not sure. Couldn't need 3%. He's going to use independent brake anyway for stopping. He's just coasting at the moment. Coal and water's fine. As soon as we're done with the passenger run, we're almost at 4,300. As soon as we're done with the passenger one, we'll slip on over to the coal and water refills. Yep, coming into our 30-mile-an-hour limit, and we'll have that sign right there. 30 miles an hour in this bend. And the end that 30-mile-an-hour limit is on the left side. Right about there. Then back up to our 35 max. See if there's any textures inside the boiler. Nope. Just a lot of water. There you go. There's an interesting view. That's pretty cool. He is using the train brake. I saw that moving. All right, who's waiting? 26 passengers waiting. Nice. Offload 21, pick up 26. All right, the waybills in the area are not ready yet. And we're going to go BRB for the last break, once an hour during the stream until the end of the stream. Hang in there, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back, and thanks very much for hanging out during the ad break. That's the last one. We do it once an hour. We'll get the rest of those. There's 35 on board. There we go. And we'll set that right there. He's ready to go with 35 on board. So this tells us that there's 90 psi brake line pressure. Cylinders don't, there's no cylinders on that one. We should be pretty close. Oh my goodness, 0.2 logs. Almost ready for this bad boy to move. Thank you.
You're welcome, almighty pop. I tried to do a spin out of there, but my foot whacked onto it. Sorry.
Yep. Point one. Now this will say 0 for a short time, but we have to wait until the manifest changes from the sawmill to Connolly Creek. And then we can pull out of the spot. Almost ready on this one. This one actually shows the car is getting more empty. Six tons of ballast, 6 tons of ties. And then track should appear heading over the top. Is that a nice switch to side rail? And this one, ooh, Ooh, goes up a mountainside. Ooh. Lots of switching here. Switching to get up the mountain. This looks like another logging camp. Come and take a look at that in a second while we finish getting... Oh, we need to be over at here. There we go. While our bunnies hop off the passenger carriage. Yay. Yay, 4 active waybills. Which means we can set that one. You should be ready to go with 21 passengers. Yep. All right. We just have to wait for this status to change. Make sure we're disconnected here. We are. Airline turned off so we don't bleed out the air. Connected, 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 and connected. Airline open and open. Come on, game. Give us the sign. Any second now. All right, how many passengers are waiting at Ella? Too bad the train won't automatically. That's only 2 passengers. And he's quite a ways off. There might be up to as many as 5. Oops. Yay! All right, we got our 4. All right, let's switch on over. And let's get our waypoint set. I don't know how they're going to get those 4 processed. It's already 1:26 game time. They should load fairly quickly. I reckon 5 minutes at the max. He's going to need coal and water pretty soon. You know what? Let's cancel that waypoint. Let's put him on manual. And set our reverser. And right about, it's probably going to stop rolling on its own. Right there. If I'm not mistaken, we can hold 8 tons of coal. Water spout's already out. Not sure why. Must have left it there. We're gonna switch on over to here. It's got 11 passengers on board, 0 waiting. All right. Set his waypoint back to Whittier to deliver his 11. And then we'll switch back to NR23. All done. Very good. All right, and we'll just back him up a little bit to get to the water. Perfect. Close to perfect. I think we're taking on 4,000 gallons. Or we'll top up to 4,000. Or maybe it's 4,500. Yeah, it's 4,500 or 5,000. I don't know. 4,500? No, maybe it's 5,000. Ooh. 5,500? Yep, 5,500. Nice. All right, now let's get him out to Connolly Creek at L2. And off we go. And hopefully that'll get all 12 cars processed before the end of day. It might finish after sunset, but at least we'll get it all done. Yep, so he's going to have a speed limit. He's going to have to go 25 miles an hour, but he'll go 20 miles an hour through the switch. Right there. And as soon as he clears the switch, actually he's clear of it, he's heading up to 25 again, which is the speed limit in here, which you can see over on the right hand side. And he's signaling for crossing the road. And 20 miles an hour for the switch again. And then he'll try his best to get to 35 miles an hour, but he's probably not going to make it over 25. Because this is an uphill grade. Not sure what the percent is. It's 3 to 5, I'm sure. Sure looks like he's got it on full steam, but he's only making it to about 25 miles an hour. All right, we've got our passengers unloaded at Whittier, and our bunnies are hopping back on the carriage. Looks like we got a good 30 plus passengers going back to Ella. 34 in total. All right, so let's switch trains. We are all ready to go. And let's set our waypoint. All right. 0 active waybills, 34 passengers. I'm sorry, 0 passengers waiting, 34 on board. He should get going any second now. Very good. And he's underway. Now he slowed down to 20 because there is a switch coming up right there at the top. And once he makes it past the side rail and the switches, he'll get back up to 25 to finish the delivery. There he's going up to 25 already. And we're coming around to this side rail here to spot our 4 cars. And a little bit of Toto in the background. Almost there, chugging uphill. The little tank, the little engine that could. So what we'll do is we'll wait for those cars to get loaded. Then we'll send him back to the sawmill. And that should be a full 12 cars to unload for the day. He's not going to slam into it. He's just going to tap it. Yeah. Perfect. All right, we'll leave him there for a minute. And we'll switch back over to our passenger service. Which is almost there. Slowing down as I come into Ella Station. And Ella Station's got 27 passengers. Right, it'll take a little bit. Come on, guys, get those logs loaded up. 0.1 logs. They're loading the logs in pieces. He's going to need coal and water pretty soon. Yay, we're up over $4,400. Doing some serious ticket sales. Okay. 28 passengers off to Whittier. And off he goes. All right, let's switch back over to, there we go. Got to log on. Point 0.2 logs. Hope they don't take too long. These guys are taking longer than I thought they did. 0.3 logs. I can't make them go any faster. That's the thing. Almost there. Coming around 3 more bends. 1, 2, and 3. Good song. All right, and she should be coming around the corner any second now. And we'll be picking up, there she is. Picking up 19 passengers. All right, we'll begin unloading those. There they go. And there are 19 passengers, 19 Easter bunnies waiting to hop on board. Boy, it must be hot in these passenger cars when you have an all black roof. It should make them white. And that's 19. No stragglers. No stragglers. Twenty-one. 2 more stragglers jumped on board. And off they go. Half a log, 0.5 logs. Well, it's taken longer than I thought it would for the loading of logs. It's already almost 2 p.m. in game. Our stream's only going to last until about 1402 hours and 30 seconds in game. Shadows are starting to grow. Well, if anybody in chat knows what triggers the L1 and the L3 locations for log loading, pop something into chat that I can take a look at, because I sure would like to know how to get L1 and L2 or L3 active. Got cars on L1. They're not getting loaded up. L3 is empty. So far, L2 is the only active log loading. I'd really like to know what that secret is. All right, 21 bunnies to hop off. And 20 bunnies to hop back on. I think after we load up these passengers, we'll hop over to coal and water. All right, 20. We got an extra passenger, a late one. All right, let's send them on their way. Yep, and he's ready to go. Boy, that is taking a while. Longer than I thought. I should have taken note of what time we spotted those cars over at Connolly Creek. It's been a good 20 minutes. All right, let's see how many are waiting here for us. 0. Good song. Still 0. We might be doing our last passenger run, which is a good time to be filling up with coal and water. And we are going around the bend. So we'll have plenty of coal and water to get to our depot. So we'll lock the handbrake on the passengers while they're loading and unloading, if any do. And there is a passenger waiting. How about that? All right, we'll leave the airline open because it will automatically set the brake instead of doing the handbrake. And let's set let's set. Oh, are we gonna get there in time? All right, we'll get to the coal loader. Fella's only got one passenger. I probably could have done that run up there and back. We'll wait and see how many are there when we're done, but we're probably going to have to wait to do that passenger run. Still only 1.2 logs. I think I spot that almost dead on. Almost. Let's see if it'll take coal. Yep, it'll take coal. How about that? All right, we're going to switch them to manual. And then we'll back him up to the water. That's it for the coal, 3 tons worth. And back her up just a little bit. And stop. Perfect. And we'll put it back on the auto engineer. Oh, add brakes. We need to snooze that so we can do our raid. All right, then. Let's put that at 0 passengers. We got 15 already. Change from 1 to 15. How about that? I reckon that's taking an hour to load. But we are going to get this guy parked and coupled and ready to go for the next stream. Because we got to have a little bit of time to raid out. Yep. Excellent. And we'll open up the air, connect to the air, and now our train's ready to go for the next delivery of just 15 passengers. Yep. All right. We're saving there. I'm not sure. Hang on. All right, let's try save game, rocket, training. All right. And there we go. Now, if we go to single player, yep, 130. And we'll make sure that's the one we're loading and saving to. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let's check something here. Yeah, there's only one log on those. Okay, that's fine. We're good. All right, let's head on over to and turn on the cam because I don't know why it was off, but there we go. Yep, a little bit of cloudy outside, not so horrible. What's our weather looking like? So we started out at 57 today, and so far we've made it to 74 degrees. Not horrible. All right, I'm going to give you guys the rating tools that we will need for our raid. So if you are a subscriber, Twitch Turbo, whatnot, first set of icons is what you'll use. If you're a non-subscriber, it'll be the second set. of icons, which is the Tomb Raider pickaxes. And the global raid bomb. All right, and let's see who we're going to raid out to. See who's doing what and where. All right. We got a variety of games being played. All right, let's share some love with Ben. Help give him a little bit of a raise in the viewer count. All right then. So thanks everybody for coming by today. Let's head over to our outro screen where we can get all of the proper thank yous out to everybody. And that would be, of course, Mr. Zombie, Miss Bandit, Trevon, Mr. Hunter. Thank you very much for your support and coming by and viewing the worst stream on the internet. Hope you enjoyed it. And thank you very much for all of your support for coming by. Whether you chatted or not doesn't matter. We appreciate you coming to visit. And it'd be nice if I actually started the raid. So the raid is started up and loading. And we'll pop on over there. Hope everybody has a great rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, or time zone, wherever you're at in the world. And we'll be back on stream tomorrow, our Taco Tuesday. Hope to see you there. Otherwise, have a great evening. I'm the Rocket Wolf in the Rocket Wolf Studios. See ya.